Hello, hello, hello. Good morning and welcome to Feedback Friday. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. It's an art edition. Hello to you all. Um, Having some fun technical difficulties this morning. Uh, I don't know what's up with my webcam's audio, but it looks like it was on the fritz this morning. So, using my headset. Hopefully, we have decent audio today. Hopefully. Good morning. I'll try not to breathe into the microphone too much. Yeah, like when I loaded up the streaming software and there was like not a lot of noise. There's construction and stuff, ambience, but I was looking at like the the kind of noise indicator, the dB slider, whatever, and it was just like jumping around like crazy. And I noticed it does that when it starts getting all aquatic motor bubbly noise thing, but like it was more extreme, so I figure it's probably just dying or something like that. So yeah, switched over. Um, it seems like you can hear me, so that's great. All right, sounds good. I'm glad. Also, I was like pre-opening files for today, just in case I needed to use them. And one of them took like 10 minutes to open because it was streaming from our repository, and that was a little worrisome, but I have it now, so I think we're good. And I like set it to offline access mode, so it shouldn't be like trying to upload to save and potentially crash and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff to figure out. All right, so at any rate, we're doing art today, and we have some options. Uh, we're gonna do something Great Winter Hunt because that will be coming up sooner than later, and I'm kind of trying to decide between continuing the work that we started on the Hunter's Horn, um, and just kind of like trying to finish that off, or we start work on a new trap skin for the Great Winter Hunt, and I'll have you all help kind of determine what that looks like. So let me know in the chat what you think would be most interesting. All right, let me see. I'm getting warnings about bitrate. Great. Might be because Google Drive is currently uploading. Yeah, that's why. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to just completely work offline for these, um, which is fine. I just need to make sure to like upload. All right. New trap skin. New trap skin. All right. Yeah. I figured you guys would be most interested in kind of helping design a new trap skin. Nice. Yeah. I also am enjoying the current event. The farm to table is live right now, and it helps with doubling quite a lot of the loot that you can find within the folklore forest. So nice. Was at 1K pennies before the event, just recently hit 8K. That's awesome. The sinister snowflake skin. So, okay. I might need to. Okay, it's like 23% uploaded. It might be a few minutes still. Hopefully, it doesn't throw us super out of sync like it had in the past. Um, it is a pretty good name for the event, and it wasn't planned from the start. That name, um, I believe Liz proposed that name when we were talking about it, uh, and yeah, as soon as we kind of like realized that name, it was like set in stone because it's just too good. Okay, come on, upload. I mean, I might cancel the upload now and save it offline. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Canceled, and then I'll save it to my drive. Yeah. Nah, it's just when I'm streaming, I don't want to throw the bitrate off like I have. Because when this happened before, I ended up transferring like a huge batch of files, and it ended up kind of like, just because I changed like ownership over the folder, uh, the stream, like the Google Stream service, it like kind of just re-uploaded stuff, and it ended up just kind of hogging my bandwidth and making it take like several minutes uh, for like, there was like a several minute delay in the stream, and that was no good. So I don't want to cause that. So I'm gonna save it to events, Great Winter Hunt. It's not so bad when I'm not streaming because it just like syncs stuff in the background, but yeah. All right, and boom, it's saved. Okay, so, oh, a little tired today. All right. Also feeling just like a smidge under the weather. Could be from a weather change and all that, but I don't know if I'll end up streaming super duper long today. I'll try and like have a good kind of, sorry about coffee mug right against the microphone. I'll try to have a good long kind of, session where we get a lot done. But yeah, I might kind of wrap up earlier than I have in the past, but we'll see. All right, so I believe that people are looking for doing the Great Winter Hunt skin, so we can jump onto the trap in a second. All right. Potions are super helpful. Spend an hour farming grubs with Super Brie, and then all of a sudden I have 10 Stormy. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it's a pretty neat loop. It like, with that combination, which well done on kind of like putting that together for yourself. You can certainly accelerate the kind of. Actually, I'm just coming back to the pond now because I wrapped up a table of contents run. So I might actually do the exact same because I have a few of those potions on hand as well. Actually, yeah. Hunt some more of them grubs. Oop. Cool. All right. So let us jump over to the trap that we're going to be doing the skin for. So here we have the infinite. Sorry. Infinite. Is it dark magic mirror? Yeah, infinite dark magic mirrors. And so I want to do a Great Winter Hunt skin for this trap because it doesn't have a Great Winter Hunt one. Hello, Alavukin. Sorry, terrible at names. Will there be a, is that the map dust, rare map dust this November? I don't know kind of timing on that, unfortunately. I could not tell you. That'd be a Dave question, if anyone, I think. Snowflakes, infinite snow globes, infinite snowflakes. Infinite ice sculptures, infinite wreaths. Ooh, all these seem pretty viable. I think like the first thing I pictured was like that they were like gift boxes, um, burst open, and each of them has like a portal kind of going into it or something. Snow globes could be cool. Trying to think of how this would translate into snow globes though, because like other traps, absolutely. There's a lot of like spherical uh, things going on. Um, Not sure. I'm not saying it wouldn't work, but not totally sure how that would kind of be snow globe territory. Infinite scarves, baubles. Infinite snowmen or snow golems. Okay. Like it's just like a legion of them kind of thing. I think I want to try and make sure it maintains this kind of portal quality. Um, so like the wreaths work because then the center of the wreaths can kind of be that mirror portal thing. Um, Ice sculptures could be pretty cool, and I mean the ice sculptures could be kind of like different things, like snowman or something. Um, hmm. I'm going to let's see. I gotta like clean up this file because it's a Photoshop file. Um, and when I import it into Clip Studio, it gets a little bit wonky. Also, this just has like a million layers, which is why it took forever for it to download. Um, so I gotta try and manage this a little bit. Like I'm thinking I'll probably just repaint over it. So I could have just grabbed the like full res PNG and probably saved myself some headache. But it's not a terrible idea to like have the actual raw file in case I needed to grab like stuff behind a layer or like the whole background for example, like I could maybe just kind of grab that part of it and then paint over the mirrors themselves. Um, so because with a trap skin you don't necessarily want to like redo all of the work, although it often ends up happening where it's just like a whole new paint. Um, so that's possible. All right. So I am going to put a kind of like light overlay over top, and this will let me kind of sketch without it being too obscured. Actually, I might obscure it even more. But I want to kind of capture the same kind of shapes and the language of this trap, and then we can kind of go off of that. So if we kind of like, and you know, like some very like various questions about how we should handle it come up, like should the vines remain an aspect of it? Do we want it to be a like they're still kind of reflective mirrors? um, I kind of enjoy doing reflections, even though it's like one of the more tedious and often frustrating things to render. It still is an interesting challenge, so it's probably why I actually don't hate rendering Chrome. Um, but yeah, so we'll get like kind of the general idea captured in just a gesture, and then we can kind of just like turn that into something completely different. All right, there's another one here. Or oh, that's a reflection. I was like, why is there one right there? That makes sense. All right. Okay, I see some interesting ideas. Okay. Um, so Santa's present bag. There's that wreath skin for the chrome temporal turbine. Could draw inspiration from that one. Yeah, actually, I think it would have kind of parallels with that because it is, yeah, like a wreath that's kind of blasting. Um, ooh, have everything reflect in mirrors, then any subject works. Yep. Um, the portals of Great Winter Hunt past. Oh, that's neat. Each one shows the design themes of past Great Winter Hunt events. Oh my goodness. That'd be so much work, but like it's such a cool idea that I'm like tempted. Um, but yeah, that would be a lot. I am picturing it like the Ebenezer Scrooge story though with like the different kind of like mirrors, kind of like one has Jacob Marley's chains and like various kind of themes. I don't know. Like the Marley's chains are probably like the most iconic. Um, a jovial mirror and then death mirror. I suppose would be other ones, but yeah. All right. Some sort of transparent snowflakes reflecting each other. Yeah, I mean that would be like kind of cool to just render. It would be complex and interesting. And I think as long as it still maintains kind of like this looming mirror kind of energy, um, even if it's just kind of like, I don't know, like, I don't know if it would be just, gigantic reflective snowflakes, but like may need to be mirrors kind of carved with that, but like it's instead of glass, it could be, yeah, like the sheet of ice or something like that. That could be possible. Um, stockings or icicles. I mean, those can also like be decor hanging off of these kind of mirrors or whatever they end up being as well. Like I kind of someone mentioned baubles, and that could be fun if it was like there's like stringed kind of like lights across these, or it's like as if instead of having like a pine tree that you decorate, it's just like floating doom mirrors that, oh yeah, let's make them cute. So hang a stocking on the mirror, and the you know this one just has icicles growing off of it. That one has creepy ghost chains. Why not? Um, Infinite Santa's chimney. That's actually really clever. I like that. So it'd be like, instead of mirrors, it's like the fireplace, the hearth, and there's just actually, you know what, that kind of like works with the whole kind of idea of, well, I mean, sort of like how does Santa get around to all of those fireplaces, right? And if it's just like this infinite portal network that Santa's just kind of like leaping around through, that could be fun. Have like one of the droids dressed, or we have the Santa droid, um, just kind of like leaping in and out of one or something. Get some of the get the elves back. They're just kind of all running through. Actually, yeah, like Scooby Doo adventure kind of idea is now what I'm picturing for it. So then you could have the stockings kind of hanging above them. Kind of like that. All right. Um, Vines could be wreaths or garlands. Yeah, exactly. And also that's a good point. The hexagon shape does have an icicle, or sorry, not icicle, but like ice crystals because of kind of uh, the bonds that they form and grow their crystals. They become kind of like there's like a 60-degree kind of angle between each of the facets, so you get, is it 60 degrees? I think it is. But yeah, you get like the six kind of prongs. You get the hexagon. So that does make sense for making these icicle or ice snowflakes, which are basically just ice crystals forming. Um, Santa's bag idea with infinite gifts coming out. Some sort of box opening to reveal portals that transport the mice away. Yeah, so it could be like maybe there's Santa's bag in the background and there's like all these gift boxes flying out with like, just portal mouths opened. Um, have those mice of Winter X's game. Maybe they could be in this trap. I don't know about. I mean, like that could be funny, but it might be. I don't know. I don't know if that translates as well. I am picturing what is it like the Superman prisons where it's like they're like caught in the dimension. But for those mice, hello to Germany. Yeah, so I think we have like a lot of different ideas that are all really interesting and fun. Um, so we could definitely do kind of like using the hexagon for kind of just like snowflakes. Um, and it would look wintry, and that'd be neat. Um, I don't know if it feels as much as like an infinite portal thing. Although I'm sure that we could design it where like, you have your kind of like snowflake kind of shape, and then in the center is this like portal thing happening, right? Um, so like that could work. Um, Certainly a possibility. I'm wondering though. Let me cut this to a different layer so that I can just kind of like try a bunch of different things. I kind of like the hearth idea the most right now, where there'd be like all these kind of chimneys, um, that are just these infinite portals that all connect. Uh, and then like the three droids just kind of scrambling around between those. I don't know if it'll like look the most kind of like it might not look like the trap as much as other ideas would though. But yeah, so it'd be like these floating hearths. Um, I don't know if we'd want fire in any of them. Probably not. But we could have like the logs kind of show what it is. But like at the same time, it might be hard to kind of be like cramming all these different fireplaces together. Although there could be different kinds. Like you could have like these what is it, the like stove pot style or whatever. We used to have one of these where there's the pipe coming out, and um, we what we would do as kids is we set up traps outside of our like little furnace stove thingy to try and like not capture Santa, but to like find evidence. We'd like sprinkle baby powder on the floor in front, and then like I think we set up tripwire though. But like my dad, he would like after we went to bed, he'd go by with boots and like put like boot prints in the powder, and then like had like fake beard he stuck in the tripwire and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. Santa coming out of the boiler. Just have like a radiator or something. But yeah, I mean, so like that could be a fun idea is having the kind of like Scooby Doo doors, but instead it's fireplaces. Um, yeah, yeah. This is we're working on coming up with a great winter hunt trap skin for the Infinite Dark Magic Mirror Trap. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. It was fun. All right, let's see what other ideas. There was just kind of like, well, the Infinite Mirror. What was it called? Uh, Portals of the Portals of the Great Winter Hunt Past, or something like that. But yeah, like having kind of like, I don't know if I could do it for like all the past events and have that work. It'd be probably a lot, but I kind of like the idea of it being the kind of Ebenezer Scrooge story. So we got like Bob's chains here, extra smoky and ethereal, perhaps. And then we got like, I don't know, like it might not work as well with this many traps, or sorry, this many mirrors. Should it just have like the giant kind of jolly robes? Do we have the dates for the Great Winter Hunt event? I mean, I am never the person to ask for, even if I know what the dates are supposed to be, I will not reveal them because chances are I might be mistaken, say something incorrect, and then that's that. I don't want to throw you all off with incorrect information. All right. Come on, computer. You could do it. There it is. Auto saved. Yeah, this file is just too big. Let me duplicate this layer just because it seems like I need to do some kind of like reshaping of these mirrors themselves. Yeah, like this could be like the big jovial ghost. Yeah, I don't know if it works with many mirrors because then what are the other ones supposed to represent? Um, little what was his name? Timmy? Little Tim? Got his like cane. I don't know. It's a harder one to use that theme for this, I think. Okay, so I don't think that specific idea is not quite working. I don't think. Um, Make it 1 year for each year of Mouse Hunt. Tiny Tim, yeah, Tiny Tim. That's it. Um, I mean, I can look through and kind of like see what we had going for each year, and we might be able to do it. Let's see. Because not each year had like a super obvious theme going, and some were kind of repeats, obviously. Let's see. But I think the idea would be to just kind of capture part of it so that someone might be like, is that from there? So 2009, was that the first Great Winter Hunt we did? 2010. Was that when we did the toboggan thing? Really? No. Okay. I'm like looking through some folders, but like it's not got everything. And okay, 2012 we did the Mega Buy Mart. 2013 was the Festive Snow Fort. 2014 was the Great Winter Ice Ball Brawl. 2015 the Extreme Toboggan Challenge. 2016. Yeah. Throw one in that isn't a great winter hunt we've had yet to stir up conspiracy. I like your thinking there. Yeah, you guys remember the like that great winter hunt when there was that alien invasion event? Yeah, that was pretty rad, right? It was a big moment in the game. Um, okay. Yeah, and there was like I remember there was like a lot of snowball or snow fort building. There was like lighting up the tree event. There was kind of like uh, melting, um, you know, the digging into the comet stuff with the. I think that was when we first introduced golems. Like, there's a lot of different things we've done with it. Gingerbread stuff. Ooh, these could all be like gingerbread houses too. All right. Yeah, I could see these being like made of gingerbread. Nice crumbly mirrors with candies and frosting and all that. The cookie mirrors. Um, hmm. So if we had like gumdrop kind of candies and like that thick frosting. Like candies kind of plopped onto the top of these. Do not consume. Keep out of reach of children. Exactly. Don't want that candy to look too much like the Forgotten power tape, but yeah, I mean, this could work. Have like we could adjust the shapes to be different if we want, but I think it would make sense to have it kind of try to emulate closely the original trap, but it's like made of gingerbread though. Kind of interesting. And then if we wanted to still have the vine be something different, yeah, like the garland, a wreath, or it could be some kind of candy thing. So that's possible as well. Candy canes, yeah. Candy canes kind of like bursting out would be pretty neat actually. Because candy canes are more iconically uh, like Christmas time candy, right? Whereas like licorice vines could be anytime, right? That might be not as specific, but like a candy cane bursting out could work pretty well. So that makes sense to me. Just blast them. Just like trying to think of like where I would want that kind of shooting out of. Have it be like a sharpened candy cane naturally. Yeah, I mean it could be something like that, and then it'd have kind of like its reflection happening. Like that. And I kind of want to do something like, like the mirror scene in the Matrix where there's kind of like that ripple happening. It'd be kind of fun. It's like coming out of the mirror as if it's water. I can mess with that. Alright. Yeah, it is pretty menacing, right? And like I've done it before with something where I just had like candy cane just like sticking out of the ground. so, you know, why not? Just kind of smacked into the base. Impaled into the base or something. I might make it a bit smaller just so I can fit more of it. Like both of them a bit smaller. So this one I think has definitely potential. So we'll sharpen it here, but then it's like embedded right at the edge. Kapow. All right. All right. Mess with that later. Just a gun shooting Jingle Bells. The evil caroling gingerbread candy festive surprise. Like, what is this trap? What are a lot of traps in MouseHunt anyways, though? Just weird in general is probably a fair assessment. Okay, so actually I think I'll do the frosting on a layer up here just so I can kind of put it over top of the sketch. Yeah, having the frosting on the rooftop of the mirror might help kind of with the identity of it, perhaps. And then we'll get like a bunch of just candies. The infinite department store Christmas window shopping trap. Oh, that's great. Sale! Buy these shoes now. Um, Kind of amazing idea as well. Really good stuff. Yeah, so like a nice, tasty gingerbread could work. I know we've done gingerbread stuff before, so you know if we're like, we already have something like this, and I would like something more unique, that's a fine angle, and I'll see what else we can explore for sure. But yeah, that's an interesting idea with the window shopping concept. Very clever. Let's see, a nice gummy color. Get like candy. The Black Friday nightmare. Door crashers. infinite decoration making machine turbo. Just blasting decorations. That's fun too. All right. Okay, so the department store thing is cool. I'm trying to think how to like make that work. Um so I want to explore that. I feel like that's a tough one, but like very unique and clever, so I'm curious what that could look like. So let's see. And then yeah, like just rocketing ornaments and decorations, just spewing them everywhere. That would be like a lot of detail to figure out, especially because it's like garland and like lights and like uh, uh, ornaments of all kinds would be great, and just smashing around. Very fun. Would be a lot of detail, but also I'm intrigued by that idea as well. There's many good ideas, so it's gonna be hard to pick, I think. Um, but I think it'll come down to kind of like what really is kind of communicating what we want, what feels kind of fun, and like, I mean, ultimately, I want it to be a trap skin that most people are going to be excited to equip, right? So we'll just have to explore some different ideas. Okay, so yeah, department stores. Kind of if we look at like the classic kind of Hallmark movie kind of style, it'd be like those older kind of um like they have kind of like, well, I don't know if I want that many kind of segments in the window. Let's do 3 panes each. And then we would have kind of, let's say, it's like, a warm tone in here. And there'd just be, like whatever kind of items that are kind of like being displayed in the window. And then just your kind of like snow kind of like on the sill itself here, just kind of collecting. And like I kind of like the idea of like um, the the window ledge kind of being the bottom here. It's still like this weird mirror shape, but it's more like, like a department store window kind of idea. This is just very like unique, so I think it's fun. It may not be everybody's kind of like favorite idea for a trap skin, but it's just curious. So see what that does. All right. But yeah, like the nice kind of like warm interior. You can kind of see maybe there's like some kind of like sign. Sale. And then the actual ledge itself could be like a stone here, and then like brick kind of like for the outer walls. And this kind of like is a similar kind of vibe that the hearth might have. So I think I'll kind of explore both of those directions with this. Now, like we're outside, kind of in the cold, so maybe we'll have some icicles kind of forming here. And then yeah, this could be like brick siding. Now we don't need to keep the mirror shape specifically. It's not like that's absolute. It's handy to kind of reference like, yep, I know what this strap is, but ultimately it's super not required. I suppose this grout might actually be lighter. We could even catch the snow on the top of this. Okay, this is pretty promising. Like I feel like it has enough of that kind of Hallmark movie kind of like window shopping vibe to it. This is Infinite Dark Magic, yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if we need to kind of like do more to make sure we maintain that quality of it. Actually, I think I want that to be like a cooler highlight on the edge of that brick. Not that I need to kind of like land the render colors right now. Yeah, I mean this seems like a neat direction that I don't think we've done anything quite like this. I know we have like a Great Winter Hunt splash that has kind of like um, it's like the town, and there's kind of like little shops and stuff with warm lighting and stuff, and it's quite nice. Kind of wouldn't mind kind of capturing that quality in this image. So we'd have kind of like this like nighttime kind of backdrop where it's cool and like the sky is still a little bit twilight, and the ground could have like snow and stuff like that. Yeah, I kind of want it to feel like you're walking down an old timey kind of like uh, street where there's like lots of kind of shops that are, like trying to grab your attention. And yeah, we could still like hang garland and stuff between them. Like it doesn't need to be like gloom and doom because it's a shadow trap, right? I think as long as it has kind of like this like portal-esque quality, and like obviously if we have these like windows that look like they go somewhere. There's clearly a giant kind of shop on the inside of this window, but there, you look behind it and there's nothing there. I think that kind of creates that portal effect. Could we make the skins for the basic traps also available for the upgraded slash chrome and vice versa? That is something we're looking into. It's something we would like to kind of like be able to accomplish. Unfortunately, it might have to become a kind of 4.0 feature. Um, but we've definitely been kind of like exploring some potentials around how to kind of make that a possibility. We've definitely wanted that for a long time. But yeah, like instead of kind of like trying to build in that feature while like right now, only to kind of have to like redo certain things for 4.0, which is in development right now, it kind of makes the most sense to just kind of like do that stuff for the 4.0 version, which is like, deep in development. So, it just as much as we want it right now, like all of us would appreciate being able to kind of like have that cross compatibility. I think it's just something that we are more efficient with our time if we're kind of like focusing on making sure there's like enough hands doing the content that is needed, and then also just kind of like developing the the upgraded engine sooner than later and without too many delays. Like I'm sure that a lot of you have like been like, oh, it feels like a lot of events have been repeated and stuff like that, and they absolutely have. But like that's because we're trying to balance, our kind of ability to kind of like have enough resources to like actually move ahead with a big project, and also still being able to kind of like work on permanent content, which is definitely important. Like so unfortunately, like we can't like do a completely fresh, uh, cool, big thing for every single event. As much as we would absolutely love to be able to do that, it's just not a realistic goal. So, we're just trying to be efficient and make sure that we can get the things that make the most sense as soon as we can. And so, yeah, that lands in that kind of like category of like, we really love it, we want it, but like, it's just not something we can tackle realistically right now. But yeah, in the future, that's a goal, is to like be able to, have that kind of cross compatibility. And it sounds like it would be a super simple thing to just like assign this to, it's just, there is a lot more kind of like complicated elements to it than just kind of like turning on, like a flag or something like that. And that, yeah, that is definitely a future ideal. Because I mean, we like us have talked about it, like you and me, chat. We've definitely been excited for this concept of being able to kind of use more trap skins and like traps and just decorate your stuff. So I mean that is shared by the whole team. We all love the ability to kind of like have more freedom with that. So we will get there, just not right away, unfortunately. As much as I'm like, oh man, like that would be great content for everybody. Um, yeah. Okay, so I like this. I think this has great potential. So that um, what was I calling that? It's like on the tip of my tongue. I'll just call it storefront. Infinite storefront. Infinite window shopping was good though. Infinite window shopping. There we go. I like that one. That's clever. So we have just kind of like the gingerbread. Infinite gingerbread. Sure. I mean, it's not like these are the names that the trap would take on, or the trap skin. Okay, so what was another thing we wanted to explore? There is Infinite developers making MouseHunt traps. If only. Yeah, yeah, I do want to. I do like the idea of that previous one, the infinite kind of window shopping, to have that kind of like scene. And yeah, we've done a lot of like really fun advent calendars. Liz has been working on a new amazing one. I'm so excited for. Uh, but yeah, like with the infinite mirrors, it kind of does feel like it could be like an advent calendar because there's just like so many of them. So that's an interesting idea, making an advent calendar somehow. Mm. Just nutcracker mouths, just infinite, just flying in to chomp. Let's see, department store, Black Friday, shelves of toys. Yeah. Oh yeah, the decoration making thing would be fun. It's just spewing decorations like crazy. And I mean, it kind of like can play with the vine flow that exists in this one. And I do like the ability to like do reflections. And right now, like the department store one doesn't really have that kind of like reflections vibe. The candy one, the gingerbread might, because I kind of like had the candy cane coming out of the mirror itself, so I think we could do that. Um, the decorations concept I think is neat, but I'm also like, oh gosh, that's gonna be like a headache amount of work, like to try and kind of make look goodness. Um, words are hard, you guys. What brush? Line scatter? Garland, right? That's totally Garland. Um, yeah, I'm like trying to think of how to convey this very effectively. Like a string of lights kind of whipping out. This one's just dropping stockings or something like that out of it. Like I kind of like the idea that they're just like spewing decorations everywhere, just madness. They just drown a mouse in decorations or something. Like the that Christmas sweater mouse that's just like drowning in the sweater basically. Yeah, I'll merge this down just so I can have more control over the illustration. Like I almost want like a full tree coming out of one of these. Just why not this one? Is this too much? Maybe. But it's just like shoving its way through. Okay, this is gonna be a lot. I might have to like veto this just on the madness of like having to render something like this. At the same time, I'm kind of like into the ridiculousness of this, like just how fun this could be, but also I'm like this would be a lot of work. Let's see. Maybe if I like put some color on this, it'll help sell what it is. Santa's head popping out of one of them. I mean, that does make me want to do the fireplace one. Hmm. I don't want to get too detailed with colors and stuff like that, because I'd have to kind of scrap that to render it anyways. But just to kind of get an idea of what this could look like, I kind of like the wood frame vibe here. If we have just kind of like those nice fairy lights strung around it, could kind of look nice. Like, again, with the kind of like warm tones on a kind of cooler scene, like I'd make the backdrop. Again, I think for pretty much any of these backdrops, I might go for that kind of like winter twilight look where it's kind of like nighttime and there's, you know, the cool, clear, crisp air with the kind of like the snow just with just like a little bit of, you know, the moonlight or something, and then the warm of these kind of lights nearby just kind of catching the snow or something. I think that could look nice. So we're going to do all these ideas, right? That's the only trap that's going to get any skins. It'll have like 5 winter hunt skins. Yeah, no. I kind of almost like the concept of, and I don't think this will work, but like the mirrors themselves are pine trees. Nah, I don't know. Probably not that. Could put a little snow on it though. Again, if I make the lighting be more twilight, I'd change the white balance on that to be a lot like dimmer and cooler. So, okay. I think this is good enough to kind of like get a vibe out of it. I like it. I think this looks nice. I think it has a similar potential vibe to the department store idea. So, I think I would kind of place it, you know, in competition with that maybe. Just because I think I could get a similar like feeling across it. So one, it's like kind of just blasting an area with decorations. The other, it's kind of like the shopping kind of window shopping vibe, hot cocoa and all that. infinite dark magic mirror skins, where each mirror is a different skin. At this point, I'm like, maybe that's the solution to like, there's so many good ideas. We'll just kind of do one on each. Why not? Okay, so infinite decor blaster. I think that could be fun. And then like I would have just kind of like a pile of just like broken ornaments and stuff down here. Just coils of lights and like it's not actually necessarily that great at decorating. Just here, have as many as you can, fit in one location or something. I don't know. Could be funny. Okay, so that idea, the window shopping, just kind of gingerbread blasting. We have another 49 minutes before I take my lunch break, and I think that the goal will be we'll try and kind of like hone in on what design we want to kind of go through um, by lunchtime, so that when we return, we can kind of like start to actually render it out. All right, so then there was, I did want to explore the hearth concept. I think that this one is also like a unique and kind of clever potential. So move this down in here. And I don't think we need to preserve the mirror shapes totally. So, I mean, should I just grab this and overlay it over one of them and just go with it? Yeah, I mean, like, let's just make this one work. It's kind of the main mirror, aside from the one in the center, but this one has kind of like the most clear view of what it's doing. It's not as obscured. So this one's kind of the sampler, if you will. So let's just clear this here. And then we'll adjust this a bit, clean it up to kind of fit the dimensions just a little better. So I think the brick wall itself can be kind of like one brick thick wide, whatever I just said. One brick kind of width. And again, as any good portal, it's like bigger on the inside. And like, should that back part be a mirror itself, maybe? Adding to kind of like how deep it looks. It could work. Could do icicles, but they also seem not as creative as these other ones. Maybe the icicles from the Great Winter Hunt of Christmas past, looking at into them as reflections of the previous Great Winter Hunts. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that that's kind of like a really cool potential to like I like the theming of the Great Winter Hunt past somehow, and yeah, like showing the previous events somehow in it could be neat. Like I just need to kind of like dig those up a bit better to like see how I can kind of like show that off somehow. Certainly a neat potential. And yeah, like I like the idea of using ice as the mirror as well. I think that yeah, we should explore that because it is certainly a concept that is kind of like being shared here as a good potential. Okay, so just kind of like a little more figured out fireplace here. But it's also a mirror. It doesn't quite have the mirror vibe, right? And it dimensionally, like, it might be harder to kind of like convey a bunch of different fireplaces, but I think if I give it an attempt, I might see just how feasible it actually is, and then can kind of rule it from there instead of just being like, I don't know. Let's just quickly explore it. Because it could be a lot of fun, especially if we get the like those 3 droids involved. Dolph, forget the rest of their names. We named them. Nick, Dolph, Nick, and Elphys, I think, were their names. Pretty sure. Yeah. That one's just on fire back there. Okay, so we could have this main hearth here, and we'll have like Nick climbing out of it, or back into it perhaps would be better. So now is he climbing in or out? Don't know. And he's got like his little boots too. and get that like matrix ripple. I think I could shrink Dolph down a bit. Or not Dolph, Nick down a bit. Have that knee kind of bent even more. I don't know if we want just like the droid just kind of back end here as the main feature of the trap. Probably, probably not. Could flip it around. Have Nick kind of emerging through. Let's see. How to get that angle is the question. Because, like, they don't really have a lot of mobility in their kind of like necks and stuff. Um, kind of want it to be that, like, it dropped its mug of hot cocoa and it's like, no, I was just crawling through. I don't know why I'm crawling. I can just walk through this. I'm short enough. Always after that mug of hot cocoa. Get that big bushy beard. It looks like he's just hucked it. Just, yeah. Yeah, the mirror, the original mirror itself is very much kind of magic mirror on the wall, kind of where that idea came from originally. So yeah, it's very Snow White fairy tale kind of concept. Okay, so that's one idea. I mean, I kind of like the fun we could have with this is the thing. Like I'm imagining uh, Dolph like just sitting on top of one of these for no good reason. Just like not being super useful. Merge this down at this point. Wait, there's nothing to merge with. Now I can merge it down. There we go. Okay, and I want this one to like move behind the other one better. So there's better overlap action. I'm just gonna like knock that back a little bit. Okay, so I don't know if we'll use the stove style fireplace, but I feel like this could be a good direction. I want Elphys kind of like diving through one of these somewhere. Perhaps one of the ones that's on fire. Could just have this be like full silhouette happening here. Okay. I almost want like one just like laying on its side like this. Just like, what are you guys doing? That's not an effective portal. That mug is about to fall into it, perhaps. I hope that this like looks like a mantle or something like that. I think I'll be able to make sure that that reads. Put some like garland here. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Kind of want Elphys diving into this one. Got them elf shoes, so you know who it is. I'll have to look at a picture of Elphys to make sure I have all the details. I think they have like the little kind of pleated style. Maybe I'm mistaken, but Elphys. It's like they just dove from this one into this one, perhaps. Oh yeah, the droids totally have names. These three are notorious. Yeah, we got Nick, we got Rolf, or Dolph, and we got Elphys. Yeah, so, all right. This one's fun. I think there's going to be a lot of just kind of like silly hijinks that we can include. We can do all kinds of stuff with decor as well. We can put like, just garland, lights, wreaths, whatever, wherever. Some of them can be just chaotically spewing decorations if we have enough time. I doubt we'll have enough time to like go way too far with the details, but like this is definitely going to be a multi-day project for me, to kind of like get all these kind of rendered up and cool looking. But like I'm excited about the potential of one like this. So this one's fun. Infinite hearth. Okay, so that's like the infinite hearth. And then the window shopping, I think, is just going to be like a lovely one. Make it nice and scenic. Although I think we could get like similar values and like colors in this one. Like I think all of these could have that nice warm kind of like uh, interior kind of palette, and then like in a cool nighttime environment. And I think that'll look really lovely. Get that like festive kind of nighttime scene. Decor Blaster is fun, but it's going to be probably like as much or more work than the Infinite Hearth. And I think we can get like a similar idea or vibe going with this one, where it's like kind of chaotic. We can have decorations flying around and breaking on stuff. So I think we can get a similar fun kind of whimsy to this one. So I think I would put the infinite hearth above the infinite decor, just because we can overlap this one a bit better, I think, in here. Infinite window shopping is quite nice. And then the infinite gingerbread is, I think it would be perhaps one of the easier ones to do, and it would look very kind of like tasty and fun. I know that we have like various gingerbread and candied stuff, so I don't know if we want something a little different. Um, there's also like an idea we haven't explored yet. We have like a little over 20 minutes, and we can kind of quickly see if we like it. But like having kind of like gift boxes. Um, the presents themselves are kind of like the portals. So, like they'll all have kind of wrapping paper. But ultimately, I'm going to leave it up to you all to kind of determine what you would like to become the trap skin for this year. Maybe it's like torn. We also didn't really fully explore the kind of snowflake or icicle idea, and I think there is good potential in that. Okay. So this one could be pretty neat. Not sure if it's as kind of like unique and clever though. Yeah, the infinite window shopping's pretty cool. It's a very fun idea. Plus, I like the like nice, just pretty and calm kind of scene it could have, whereas the infinite kind of hearth idea is definitely a lot more kind of like on the chaotic, ridiculous side, on intentionally. Yeah, some could be stone hearths instead of brick. I agree. Yeah, like I think it would be nice to have various different hearths that aren't exactly the same, just to kind of help give the idea that like they teleport to all different hearths everywhere, I guess. So, yeah, I mean, this is kind of like a general sense of the idea. I guess I'll put like a nice thin one here. And I don't know if they need to be like torn wrapping paper specifically. Okay, let's take a quick look through some of these. So, yeah, we have like infinite portal presence, which I think could look really fun and cool and exciting. Just like various pieces of gifts, just kind of like this is what happens when you don't uh, clean up all the wrapping paper, or if you don't use recyclable wrapping paper or whatever. I don't know, because a lot of it is not. Be warned. Um, yeah, that could look neat. I honestly, I think all of the potentials are going to be really cool. So I'd be happy working on any single one of these. Cool. All right, and then infinite gingerbread. Uh, I might rule this out just because there are already like gingerbread and candy kind of like stuff. So, um, yeah, like it kind of feels like we've already explored this. Not that I think it's tapped out, but I just think that there's potential for other things. So I'm gonna move that to the bottom of the list because I think it's the lowest out of my picks, anyways. And I haven't seen too many people being like, it's got to be that one. Um, so then we have kind of the window shopping. I really do think this one has like a lot of just kind of like just enchanting kind of quality potential to it that could be really lovely. Um, Kind of like instead of making it like fearsome or chaotic or loud or anything, just making it like feel like a nice, pretty scene could be a welcome change for the trap itself. So like it might be a nice trap skin just on those grounds that it could be just this like lovely scene. So I like that potential a lot. I think it's also very clever and just like an amusing idea. This one I think is just a fun one, right? A lot of detail that we could just put into this for the sake of it. Uh, just enjoying the process. Um, so it's pretty high up there for me as well. I'm going to move this below these two because I think the presence one would be like effective, easy, and like I think it would work well. Um, like if it was a time crunch thing, I would probably do this one because I think it would be the easiest to kind of like figure out, make look good, and just kind of like be like, yep, I think that works for this trap. Uh, so the decor blaster, I think, is probably the lowest on the list, although it's also, again, like a really neat idea that's a lot of fun and would look amazing. I just think this one's probably the most kind of like unresolved and would take the most kind of like effort probably to like bring to completion and like there'd just be so many details to solve. Um, that I think that one I would just on the sake of kind of timeline and bang for its buck, I would probably drop that to the bottom of the list. Um, so I think for the most part, yeah, I mean, this one I think is just like more if like I needed to get it done quickly, I would lean into this one. But like I like the dimensionality. There's like nice physical form with it. I think the lighting could be really interesting looking too, especially if they're like windows into places. But at the same time, that's literally what we're looking at with this idea, where it's windows that we'd have really nice, interesting lighting. Um, like I'm imagining because it's like a portal into a storefront or something like that. It would be like the ones that are kind of like pointing at different directions, pointing at the back of another, like having the warm light cast onto the snow-capped kind of brick, warming those kind of edges where that warm light's hitting it, and then the rest of it is in this kind of like cooler ambient nighttime kind of light. So like I think this one would just be very pretty. Um, so I like that a lot. This one I think could be pretty, and we don't need to go chaotic with it. Like we could make this kind of like feel more like the window shopping with kind of just like the warm, pretty. But like I think there's less opportunity on this one to kind of get that like the billowy kind of snow piled up on the sill and um, stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, gingerbread one would also be an easy one, I think. So like these two would be kind of like the crack it out, but it'd be great. Like I think they'd both look really nice. Hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah, that could be fun. Having a droid like either inside one of the windows looking out or is kind of like I think I would put them on the inside. Yeah. That might be the way to kind of like add that little fun flair. Hmm. Because this one's just like amusing to me with just like Scooby Doo door idea where it's just like a portal or a dimension of just like infinite fireplaces that they're just you know scrambling between. Um, but this one would just be pretty, and then we could still have silly little details in it and have fun with that. I'm thinking just for like the rendering and just the like the wintry magic quality and just like having like a very pretty trap skin for this trap, I think might be the reason to go in this direction. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I need to grab some. Well, I have a little bit of water, but a droid mannequin in the windowsill. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Um, infinite window shopping. Just to kind of like explore the palette a bit more before we go on to lunch break. Having kind of a I need to get some nice reference images up to just kind of like inspire the palette a little better. Uh, Oop, bit much there. Might be a bit too bright up in the sky there. Yeah, it's not quite it. Not quite. But yeah, I wanna like have this kind of like cooler. Let's go quite cold actually. Um, then like warm glow on the snow and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know how detailed we'd be able to get like as a scene inside of the window, but like yeah, if I can have kind of like a droid doing something interesting that we can kind of ourselves enjoy seeing, That'll be a nice goal. So I'll get like this kind of cooler kind of shadow overlay over top, and then where the window is kind of casting its own light. You get these kinds of nice warms emanating out of it. Maybe we even get like just like a soft bloom, warm light kind of casting out, and then like on the snow below having kind of like just little bits of it kind of catching this light and warming up. That kind of idea, right? Where it's this nighttime, wintertime, pretty scene. And then, yeah, like different angles for the different windows, and so you'd get potentially like a nice backlight from the one back here or something like that, right? And this might be more like orange because it's the brick kind of lighting up from it. But then the actual like snow here maybe. Something like that could be quite good. Yeah, Christmas tree in a window, absolutely. Yeah, like it's just kind of like different kind of welcoming scenes that like maybe kind of capture the mouse's attention and distracts them and transports them to a winter wonderland or something like that. Right? Yeah, I like that. All right, so it is lunchtime. I'm gonna give this a save, and I'll put up a timer. Oh, I didn't do a recording yet. I'll start my recording now. Unfortunately, we missed the start of this. So maybe we'll have, a nice little kind of like video for the end of the stream where we can kind of watch at least kind of the rendering process. Like there's still a lot to sketch and render, so, it's not like it wouldn't be full of interesting stuff to see, but it's just going to miss out on kind of like the exploration stuff. So record time lapse. So now, and to stream today, we should have a little more for that. But yeah, all right. So I'll put up a timer so you know when I'll be back. I'm gonna take an hour-long lunch, so I'll be back at 2 o'clock my time. And there is that. All right. I'll see you all in a little bit. BRB. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. We're back. Alrighty. Oh yeah, I was supposed to grab some nice reference images for myself, which I did not do. I think that I'll try and find the nice kind of like, I think it was an advent calendar a few years back. How long ago, though? Also, takes a second to load folders on the streaming system that have big files, and the PDFs for these are pretty big. Okay, so that one had the indoor scene with like the fireplace and the tree, glazy mouse just chilling on the recliner. Such a good one. Sounds nice, but not the one I'm looking for. I mean, I might try and like capture this image like inside of one of the scenes. That'd be fun if I can do that. So that's an option. Let's see. Would have been before that, maybe? Let's try. Alternately, maybe it was a splash page I'm thinking of. Check 2018 for it. Loading, loading, loading. Hello, Eileen. How's it going? Oh yeah, I don't think that I have a Larry link for you all right now. Michelle is off. I'll poke Dave. Just loading folders in the stream. Okay, so this might look, it's promising. This is an outdoor one. Was it even before this, or was it after? Yeah, because this is like a mid-afternoon scene. Alright, well maybe it was a splash. 2017. Sorry, I'm just digging through files on a different screen, rambling to myself. Ooh. Getting your ducks in a row for a MH meeting. Oh, nice. We will finally silver mouse hunters. That's great. Oh, I found it. Yeah, it was the 2017 advent calendar. That's the one I was looking for. This one. Yeah. It's got a lot of like just lovely kind of atmosphere to it that I want to try and capture, I think. Thank you, Dave. Let me just make sure this works, you know. Thanks, Larry. Claimed. All right. And I'll pop it into the chat here. So Larry link for everybody. Share it around. Do the thing. Sound your horns. Okay, cool. So I think I could use kind of like the palette in general from this one, I think. Because it's quite a good piece for that. Let's get the Glazy Good Times off to the side as well. And come back to this. So we'll just shrink these down because I just want to have them on the side for kind of reference. Just check to see. There we go. Cool. Here, I'll move these down more. Cool beans. All right. So, I think I'm pretty happy with this direction. I think it'll be a pretty lovely image in the end. I'm thinking we could have kind of like a little bit of that like full moon glow off screen though, but like up a little to the right. Just because that kind of helps match what the base lighting will be. I'll probably have to do like a overlay kind of blue to just kind of like bring the base into the scene with the rest of it. So if I hide this whole trap skin and then turn on one of the bases, I'm going to need to cut out the base. This one here, perfect. And I'll do it on these two layers here. I need to create like the opposite selection clipping mask, effectively. There we go. All right, so now the base is like fully cut out from those. So it should be, there it is. Now it's displaying it. Yeah. So this trap does not have a good edge here to play with the bases. That's unfortunate. Or, well, it's this file actually. This selection is like an old one. So that's the problem there. So I'm going to just, oh, wrong part. Just gonna fill that. I mean, what would probably be best would be to fill both of these and then grab this selection. And it could be when I inverted the selection, it like lost some pixels. So let's see what happens if I erase that out and then deselect. Okay, it's the same. Good to know. All right, so I'll just take the selection and I'll shrink the selected area by a single pixel and boom. Now there's at least like a clean overlap. What's going on there? For whatever reason, there's like a little chunk missing out of the base here. That would have annoyed me. Cool. All right. So that's looking cleaner. And now what I'll want to do is just bring the snow on top of the base and just kind of like cover it up a bit. So yeah, this is probably lighten this up just a little bit more. Move it a little more towards like a gray rather than such a saturated kind of blue. And I think I'll probably merge these two layers together, because they're both trying to do the same thing, and I just might as well simplify it by making it one layer there. So I'll do that now, and I'll hold them so the clipping mask is still separated. Alright. It'll be easier to kind of like figure out the color that I need for these when more of the actual scene is filled in, I believe. Because it's going to do things like the balance between kind of like warms and cools, and how much I want to be like in a deeper shadow to kind of make things pop. How important will that be? And if I look at the color of the backdrop over in that scene, it's kind of like a lot more saturated. Not sure if I want it to go that bright. The sky goes between these colors. I think I like it being a little bit darker, just so that the glow will have more to work with there. But yeah, I just want to make sure it has that kind of like, you know, cold, wintry skyline that kind of just like glows a bit. And get some stars. Don't need any to be too bright though. Plus, I'm thinking we could add like snowflakes, kind of nice chunky ones, billowing in. Could look nice. Oops, I don't want to apply. I want to hold that mask so I can keep adjusting it. So I think there's a little too much like green tone in the snow. I won't worry about that too much right now. I think I will fill in the snow on the base a bit more. And then we'll start blocking in more of these windows. We'll give some of these like a bit of a softer edge. A little bit of the snowdrift. Okay. I like the idea that this base is being just like snowed in. You're not going anywhere, so come window shopping instead. Okay, I think that looks like it'll work. I'll have to lighten up the snow. I think it's very kind of slushy looking at the moment. Yeah, I definitely want it to be like, it still needs to look as white as snow, but everything around it needs to kind of brighten it up in a sense by being as kind of dimly lit as they need to be. Maybe I just need to get more of that specifically sky color in there. Because the shadows will be nice and deep and dark for sure. And maybe I just don't need to have the warm glow just yet. Make sure this is working as kind of like just a nighttime snowy scene before I start adding another light source to it. And I think I need to dim the base down as well. Because depending on what base is there, it might change how it all looks. So let's try an actual base. Yeah, I'm just going to flatten the original trap on this file because it's just too much. Boop. Let's take a look here. It's like so many of these layers are not used right now, so Maybe I'll flatten folders themselves. Just in case I need to like make selections, etc. Don't want to lose all that potential. But I will get rid of a lot of layers. Cool. All right. So this is the backdrop. Not a bad thing to have on hand. These are reflections. I think these are all reflections as well. Probably not as... Okay, so we got some background mirrors, but they're separated from each other, so I will... There we go. These can join it. Got some background stuff happening there, but cool. All right, that seems fine. Foreground mirrors, these could be useful here, just because the dimensions are already kind of carved out, and I'm just gonna kind of replicate that. Nice little glow layer on that. All right. Pardon me. Ooh. That looks neat with those pieces missing. But this works quite well. Okay. I think I'll leave it at that. If it still takes a good long time to save and stuff, then I'll flatten it down more, but I don't want to overdo it. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Actually, I think I might, while I was at it, grab these. Just copy that. See if this works. Cool. All right. Pasted. And then I will just turn it into brick. Oh. Yeah, I saw your suggestion for making the Aussies winter, or sorry, the Christmas and summer theme. Christmas in July. Yeah, I think that'd be something we can try and do. Makes sense. All right, so let's get. It's a nice idea, yeah. Okay, and then we can also get like the snow billow on top. Now, if they're like this arched and pointed and stuff, I don't actually know that the snow would want to stick to it and stay, but it can happen. Like, depending on the weather, snow can just like pile up to be like 2 inches tall on like phone lines and like ridiculously thin surfaces. If it's like that wet, sticky snow and then not windy or anything, it can happen like that. So I also like the name Analysis, like Narnia, but analysis. Don't know if that's what it was going for, but I like it. All right. That's squirrely. Okay. Now, one thing to think about is like, if this is what white is in the scene, I need to kind of like respect the other colors around that, and I'm not quite doing that right at the moment. I need to kind of like in the kind of like the back kind of shaded area, it needs to like drop so much saturation. So I think it's gonna have to go more like something like that, maybe. But like we can still have kind of like edges that are catching the light. However, it's like a cooler light, so this kind of warmer brick is not gonna like have a lot of the reds. In fact, I would even argue that the grout here would be like getting into the blues more than anything else. Plus, by having this kind of like blue-gray right beside this red brick, it should actually make it feel more red by contrast. In which case, I think I could desaturate that even more. Also, I should have done the grout on a different layer. Oh well. Yeah, even though it's practically gray, can still appear to be red if all of the other kind of contextual colors are correct. Yeah, I want to limit the palettes in this one as well. To be just very kind of like cool scene overall, and then just a few warm kind of interesting areas. I don't really think we need to get like a super strong highlight on any of this, just kind of like giving more saturation where there is like enough warm light kind of to pump it up. Nice. Alright, I'm going to knock the sketch back because it's a pretty rough sketch overall anyways. And I don't need it. Should the bottom ledge of this one be that like stone awning kind of thing? Maybe. I might give like a glow behind this actually. That could be pretty good. So like that. To show that it is also a window, kind of like spreading its warmth. Right, I think they can all use a little bit of this. But it feels more like a kind of like finishing detail. That's pretty okay. Cool. Alright, and then this one, same treatment I would imagine. This one might start getting more of the kind of glow happening on it from the window here to the right. Oh, we could totally add some Easter egg stuff to like etch it into the bricks and scenes in the windows and stuff like that. Absolutely, we should do that. Any suggestions? That's the ticket. Need to know what to put in it before I can put it in it, right? I'm always kind of like, well, not always, but whenever it makes sense to do it, it's fun to kind of add those little Easter eggs and stuff. So when I can, it's a good thing to do. Gonna like take just little bites out of the surface there, just help its silhouette to read. Minifigures or sculptures of other ideas we had, something referencing to them. Yeah, like it could be stuff in the windows, like on display. Because I mean, if we're gonna like, these are all gonna be like little kind of shop front windows and stuff like that. It makes sense to, you know, oh, what could be on display in this one and that one. Doing a cornerstone with the date. What? I mean, like, the thing is when it's viewed in game, it is kind of a lower resolution than what we get to do here. So sometimes if there's like text or people's names or hidden messages, like it's almost impossible to kind of like actually read it in the game layout. But like if you were on stream, then you got to actually witness what it was. So that's kind of like a special element about doing that here, which I like. So I think I do want the bottom part to be that ledge of a sill, so I think I'll adjust this to kind of be that stone. Maybe the whole bottom portion is just that stone, and then for the actual portal area, it's just kind of like that hex cutout. That might make it easier. It's wearing a diaper. I don't know if I like that anymore. I mean, maybe it needs to stick out a little bit more too to kind of like give an idea of what it is. And then if it's got this like ledge quality to it, like it would potentially be catching the light on it there or something like that. And then different angles will maybe help illustrate what the viewer is actually seeing here, so it might not be so bad. All right. Hide a Frost King snow globe. I think, yeah, I want to like put cute little things somewhere. Could be something just kind of plunked into the snow. It could be inside the windows. It could be on one of the ledges. It's fair game for you all to give me ideas, okay? Ice sculptor's ice pick buried in the snow. Toboggan's minuet? Tobago's minuet. I don't know what that is. Can also have a little bit of snow. Not sure if this will be super clear. It's like snow collected on a windowsill, so we'll see. Nice sculptor's pick, MouseHunt. That was a pretty nice looking pick. There you go. Alright. That's the stars. A sculptor's mini pick. Just kind of like buried in the snow out here. On this end. Now in the right conditions, we would actually be getting a lot of bounce light from the snow. So the underside of this might actually be lit better than usual. And because of kind of like all the light sources and just kind of like the atmosphere kind of being bright and stuff, like I'm trying to think of if the shadows would be like really soft. I imagine they would, because if it was like just full moon, you would potentially get like a nice, like clear-ish shadow, but it would still be kind of, softer because the moon's quite large light source. But I kind of like the idea of like there's snow falling, it's bouncing light off of like all these objects, and then these windows themselves are casting light here and there. So we're not going to get like super harsh shadows in places, I don't imagine. I might even shrink this down and like place it somewhere less conspicuous. Because right now it's kind of like, what is that? But I think if there's more detail scattered around the image, it's going to distract enough. And of course we could also just like plop that somewhere else to hide it. Give this a save. Ooh. Yeah, again, like, I think the best place to hide stuff in this image is going to be inside the windows themselves. Also, I meant to check a different base with this just to see. Alright. I gotta bring the prestige base in here, because that is truly the one to check for. So, import, create file, object, and oh, there it is. Boom, boom, boom. Is this going to be a low-res version? I think it is. Yep. There we go. Oh yeah, this file is actually quite huge, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Good enough. So it's hazy. I might knock it back more. It's okay. Cool. All right. And like with this big window here, it's going to be doing so much with the actual scene's light. So I'll have to get this one set up, and I think that like I'm going to loosely block in the mirrors themselves, kind of like set up and stage kind of like where what light is going to be, and then I'll try and kind of like do a pass around the whole thing to kind of get the atmosphere kind of in a good place, and then we can go around and detail everything. I think that like doing all the lines for the bricks and stuff, and like the details of what's inside each of the shops is not a good priority for kind of, you know, right now, because I think that stuff like that might need to be adjusted based off of all the values kind of put around anyways, so I don't want to set myself up for too much work by kind of having to backtrack and redo colors on things. I might actually drop the resolution of this file. I usually actually have been working at kind of half this resolution for these. It's probably best to keep it where it is, but actually I think, yeah, what have I been putting it out as? This might be a normal resolution. Okay. And I might end up wrapping up relatively soon. I'm kind of feeling a bit under the weather, so I don't want to push it. Okay, so I'm going to put the next one behind this one, and I'm thinking I might try and just grab the mirrors from the original. It's the reason why I preserved this. So not this. So I'll copy that. Cool. Okay, I really only need the general shape of this whole thing, right? Okay, so I need this layer here for the most part. Don't think I need any of the gems. This is useful. So these two are probably the most useful. Just move these to the top of it. Yeah. Everything else was not as necessary. Wow. There are currently 57 Great Winter Hunt collectibles in the game. We should be able to sneak most of those into here, right? Oh boy. Yeah, that's a lot, huh? Sheesh. I think out of all the events, it must have the most. It's gotta. That's crazy. All right, so I'm just gonna quickly do this to just kind of like capture the palettes really roughly. Okay, and I actually just want to simplify the internals of this just so it's not as distracting. But yeah, I feel like this one up front is gonna be one that we can put a lot of like interesting, fun detail in. I think the droids could be a feature in here. Like it being maybe the big kind of like bay window. Okay. And then do I want to have more panes of glass in this one? It might help sell the idea that it's like a bigger storefront kind of thing, if there are more. And I'm not sure if we want to like change the look of these panes either, so they're not all these like rectangles. Might knock it back a bit. Oh, there's more than, oh my goodness, that's so many. So many collectibles. What were we thinking? Okay. There's definitely like these kind of flared corners for this original mirror, and I'm not really wanting to kind of like use those shapes necessarily, so I have to make a little bit of adjustments to this. It makes sense if the these windowsills were more kind of like a arched like this, and could even have like the keystone part of the arch here, right? As opposed to this kind of like style of arch, which doesn't really work so well as a windowsill architecture, I don't imagine. So I think I'll adjust that. These ones at least look flat, so they're passable, but I think I'll try going for this kind of rounded. I think it's more recognizable as a window with that. Easier to plop snow on top of it. Have that make sense as well. The bricks and like how those actually like change direction will make sense, instead of right now how it actually is kind of nonsense how I did it, so be able to fix that. Yeah, I might actually adjust this one to also have that arch, and then I'm like wondering if I should keep the bottom with that V, or if I should just kind of like flatten it into more recognizable window ledge. Not sure yet. Also, I think I want to redo these bars to maybe like open it up more. Do I want there to be this many divisions, because that's a lot, or should I do similar to the current, or the one on the right where there's just these? And I mean, I could probably look at some pictures of like storefront windows and get some more inspiration. Like maybe there is kind of like cool designs like this. Could be something where it's almost like a bit of a stained glass kind of creation. They put a little more design and thought into, you know, the layout of the panes. And I might move this little one here just out of the way. I'm going to cut this out here. I'll put you in your own folder so I can just move this, position this wherever I want. It'll be easier to deal with. Yeah, I think I want to move it out of the way so that like we can view this better. Also, I gotta turn off the old trap skin. Get out of here. Much better. All right. Plus, if I drop this like closer to the ground, mainly we can see more in this like giant window, but also I could have that light kind of hitting the snow right nearby and kind of like create this like torch effect with the light kind of like, you know, falling off very quickly. That could look pretty nice. This one here, yeah, this glow also. Where did you go? Here. Pardon me. What layer is that on? It's all the way down at the bottom, isn't it? Yep. All right. You also get cut out and moved up to this folder. Much better. Okay. Small. Small. There we go. Small mirror. Tall mirror. Okay. So yeah, I can play around with the layouts of them. 69 or 70 total Great Winter Hunt collectibles. Whew. Yeah, I think that like if it's like super recognizable as like, yeah, those are like windows that you would see in like an old timey storefront, right? I think if it's like instantly recognizable as what that is, then that helps with this. And then also just the fact that it's like just the windows floating around and there's like a scene inside of each of them. I think that like the benefit of it being instantly readable makes that stronger. Whereas like with it being the hexes, I'm like, I think they still will read pretty effectively as what it is, but I'm not certain. Uh, kind of like really leaning into them being windowsills hurts the kind of like concept behind this at all. So yeah, I think I might push it towards just kind of, and I mean like this one here is pretty under rendered as far as kind of like how it's going to look at the end. So I can definitely mess around with this. I think I'll do it on this big one though, because this one's kind of like the uh, the main deal, and kind of figuring out how it works on this one is going to set a precedent for all the others. So let's do that. And then I might wrap up. Yule log would be a good one in here, yeah. I definitely think Yule log could be something we could put somewhere. Festive diamonds. The Nutcracker. Nutcracker could be a. I'm not sure the festive diamonds works as well. It's a great joke, um, for what it is and how it works, but like in scene, I don't know if that'll kind of like carry over very well. Um, the Christmas coal. That could be one, yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to hide the sketch for now. Also maybe move it up to the top. And mark that as a draft layer. Okay, so this layer here, go bye-bye. Well, maybe I do want it to go one more down. So we'll get rid of that. But then if we extend it to be nice and tall, I think I might shorten the panes. So maybe it's more like that. And then have the pane sizes to be a little more equidistant. Seems okay. I think I will have to be like the flagstone, keystone, whatever it's called. Cool. And then do another layer for the ledge. Lighten that up. And this one because of the angle we're at, we can definitely hit it with this warm glow. Actually, I think I want it to like go around a bit. Doesn't need to be too much. Okay. This one's kind of like so tall it looks like it's resting on the base now. Which maybe that works. Okay, so go with that, and then just fill this in as much as I want. Cool, and this now needs to be adjusted. Definitely not going to be that dark on the inside edge there, being that it is a well-lit interior. Now, if I use, let's just do something like this, just so that there's kind of like a little more idea that there's a scene here. I'll actually try to, create something, interesting that has hidden stuff in it, like that's the goal for this, right? Is we want it to have kind of like Easter egg element in it. Okay, actually this, I want that to like end inside that a little bit. And now this gap is a bit weird. Okay. Sorry, I'm at the point of the day where I'm just kind of going to be rambling to myself, so apologies about that. That's how we do here. Okay, but I do want to make that more centered. And the bottom of it could have kind of like the actual frame maybe opens and closes, Oh, that's why. Why is it not opaque? Weird. Don't know if I did that. Petrified fruitcake, glass mouse ornament, a bakery with all the baked goods, Larry's mustache cookies, shortbread cookie, petrified fruitcake. Yeah, I mean, that could be pretty good. That might be nice. Yeah, it's like a little bakery going on. Shop window displaying all the previous snow globes. Toy shop, nutcracker, snow globe, electric candle. Yeah, like there's different themes for each window, right? And there's so many collectibles to pick from that we could definitely put something in pretty much every window. Definitely. Gotta bring back the lines for this one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Christmas tree and the big one would be neat. But yeah, I agree. I think we want it to look like it's a storefront more than someone's cozy house, right? Because the idea is that like maybe the mouse is like extra distracted because of the window shopping element, right? So yeah, like the department store kind of vibe. I'm just gonna move this over. And should this be right down the center? Yeah, I think that works. Now the spacing isn't great between these now. But it kind of, if I do that, it looks a little more like that kind of dual pane where you have one kind of like offset so it can slide up and open. So maybe that's what's happening there. If I were to really want that to work, then I would just offset this bar to the right a little bit. I mean, technically, it would probably be to the left because the top portion would be more to the outside than the bottom portion generally. How those were built. Easier to manage if the sliding portion is on the inside. You can lock it up easier. Yeah, man. Oh. Okay, so that's fine. But I think the thing that I really wanted out of these windows is the actual kind of like snow kind of collecting on the insides, right? And I don't want, yeah, I don't know. Like, it feels like they're a little thick. So I don't want it to be like obscuring the potential customer from, seeing an item and wanting to come into the shop kind of idea, right? So I'll thin these all out a little bit more. Probably makes it feel more fancy if they're more fine. Or something, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. That might be okay. I mean, it's a little weird. The panes are like different heights, but like maybe, just maybe, it'd be more like that. Yeah, okay, I think that works. Feels like a cozy bookstore, I think. That's what I'm getting from this. Alright, so we gotta adjust the snow. Thank you for all the little hearts. Yeah, cozy little bookstore. We'll have that like piled right up into the corner. This needs to go above like all the other layers actually. Okay, and we'll have to adjust the actual color of this snow because this is pure white and that's not going to be how we need to view it in the scene. And then we can kind of get the snow piled on top. Okay. All right. Let's knock that all back, and then just gonna bring in that warmth to most of it. Like, it's still a kind of thick collection of the snow, so it is actually going to block some of that light. And the actual light source itself isn't pure white, right? So I don't even think it should have any of that kind of super bright white going on. So I think the snow on the right side, it's a bit too bright for kind of like matching the scene here. Now, with this kind of like right up at the sky, I think it's okay to hit it with that moonlight. And like treat that pretty bright. We're reflecting the moon essentially with this now. But being a little selective of it. And like parts that are facing upwards will still get that kind of bright twilight sky kind of hitting it and lighting it up. So that's pretty nice. Okay, and then the brick itself. We'll actually get relatively dark, kind of, because it's tilted forward and kind of like facing down towards the ground. We'll get a bit of like the bounce light coming up, maybe some light from these other windows, but I don't want to give it too much. I think we'll get the initial grout locked in, and we're going to make it a pretty big window, I guess. We'll have to change some of the snow there. Sure, there are much better ways to kind of figure out how spaced out each of these should be. Especially since it's like right beside another window there, which they now look very different scale, which I think I want, but maybe I need to bring them a little closer together. Okay, and then the inner window here. Guess we can have the grout like lit up. Now it would definitely have like shadow cast on it from the windows, so we can address that as well. And then I should pull up the smaller mirrors at this point to try and grab their colors. It's probably a bit bright for that. Thank you. All right. What else? I think I will darken these bricks in the front even more now. Just to really have that contrast pop. Cool. Yeah, this is getting towards the kind of like warm glow in the cool night. Like it's definitely not anywhere near complete for kind of the full atmosphere. Like I could imagine there being almost these like flurries kind of like swirling around in the bottom area, kind of like brightening it up and cooling it even more. And yeah, I definitely want there to be that like glow on this as well. So we'll do a layer on top of all this real quick just to capture that. Where it's just kind of bleeding out in front of everything. So put it all the way out here. And if we do an add glow or not that. I think add glow is pretty okay for it. Yeah, kind of that like fiery almost glow going on. We can knock it back. But having it kind of overtake elements in front just kind of like helps sell this idea of just like how warm and bright it is, right? We'll definitely knock this back, but sometimes you want to push it too far to know how you can tone it back, how far to tone it back, kind of thing. So without it, I'll have to figure out the scene in there. I'm gonna mess with the shadows more. I'm thinking it's not quite stark enough on the left side. So like one thing we haven't done with this image that we definitely need to. But first I'm gonna just reintroduce these bars here, just 'cause I think it'll help. Okay, maybe I'll take a little more care in that. What layer are you on? Okay, I'll do it back here then. Okay. One more up here. Good enough. Alright, so I'm going to save this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to look at it in grayscale and kind of see just how well it reads. And I think the left side here by the medium thin kind of mirror, I think that that's going to be too flattened out. So what I'll probably do is have that like light glow right at the very kind of front of it, have that kind of like create an edge for them to define. So let's do a view, profile, preview settings, grayscale, boom. So this like area here is just like really hard to understand what's going on. They just kind of like smush together into like one object. And I think we can get like more of a defined edge around, you know, like this would have kind of like its own backlit kind of glow rim light. That's the word I was trying to find. And yeah, so it does have a nice kind of like nighttime and like glowing warm window vibe, so that's good. Because it's like such a dark scene, our eyes should feel like they've adjusted, and so when we see this window of bright light, it kind of you know, messes with our vision a little bit. So I think that's why the bloom feels nice here, and I think because it's gonna have kind of like, it helps add to the idea that there's like just like little kind of ice crystals in the air, little snow flurries everywhere, that it kind of like, you're almost inside of a bit of a cloud, so any light kind of cast out is going to like catch on that and bloom out. So that's kind of where it's at. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up for now. Feeling a bit fatigued, and I might lay down for a bit, recover some of my energy. So I don't know, I got like a little bit something going on with my throat, and I probably should stop talking too, because it's hurting a bit more now. So I'm going to put up the time lapse that we have. It's a short one. We didn't get, you know, like a ton recorded because we started only recording right at lunch. So it's basically just kind of rendering out, you know, the three mirrors on the left, two of which were, well, actually all three of which were kind of like the original mirrors that we just kind of painted over. But yeah, I have a good idea for what I want to do on this, thanks to a lot of kind of like feedback on it. You know, like, I'm gonna adjust the bottom of ledges to kind of like not be weird triangle diapers for these windows. Yeah, exactly. I also am happy that it's gonna have this nice kind of like peaceful and cozy quality to it. I think this will be a nice one to kind of like, you know, have as an option compared to a lot of the other infinite shadow mirror, infinite magic mirror trap skins. So yeah, I think it'll be nice to have just a good cozy one. Yep, pretty short. Oh, I'm sorry. I was watching the time lapse on the other screen and just being like, mm-hmm, yeah, look at what we did. Silly me. Sorry about that. We can watch it again. Yeah, let's just make sure it was all the way at the beginning. Yeah, so that is what we did. Yeah, I have a good kind of base to jump off of, and then yeah, I'll look through more collectibles and try and place some in various parts. And I'm sorry we didn't really get to kind of like dive in and place them all over the place. Like one of the benefits of Feedback Friday is you get to see those specific things in high detail. Um, so we do have the ice pick just kind of hucked back there into the snowbank. I'll probably move it to somewhere that's less kind of like sticking out, but I won't get rid of it. I'll hide it somewhere. So if you guys are curious to try and find it, it'll be there. It might not move. No guarantees that I will decide to move it. Like if when I change the lighting and the atmosphere, I might kind of like make it a little more kind of like hidden, even staying where it is. That'll be fine. But yeah, like I'm gonna have fun with this one. I'm gonna, give it a lot of just kind of like warm atmosphere and just kind of make it a very beautiful scene. Uh, and it'll be nice to just have this as an option. So there we have it. So I'm going to give it one final save, and I will bid you all adieu. And I'll put the Larry link in the chat again in case you missed it. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go make some nice warm tea and maybe take a nap right now because feeling tired now. So, but I'm glad I got to work on this. I don't think I would have gone in this direction, which is often something I say with Feedback Friday, and is why I really enjoy creating stuff with you all. So it was nice to start the trap skin from scratch so we could really explore a few ideas together, and getting your feedback on it was very helpful. So thank you very much. I'm sure I will soon. But until then, I'll sign off and hope you all have an awesome weekend. So, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and happy hunting, everyone. I will catch you later. All right. Bye for now. Hopefully it's not lagged and it's going to cut out like mid me saying farewell because I was doing all that importing and uploading stuff at the beginning of the stream, which might have offset it. So I'm just going to fill some time right now in case. All right, well, I think that's good enough now. Bye.